Crazy technology among us in real life. Why, yo, boy. Hello. Among Us in real life. It's crazy. I think everybody forgets about hopping on literally every day. The moment the player count drops below a certain amount, everybody forgets the server exists. You know what I mean? It's like Among Us in real life. Oh, come on. I could literally just listen to Minecraft's music forever. I don't think it's ever gonna, like, go out of style. Like, I mean, there's a lot of music that I'd listen to and I'd, like, get sick of it after a day. But somehow Minecraft's music just doesn't do that. I could literally, like, and I've done this before, I'll literally just listen to Minecraft music in the car when I'm driving. I've streamed like for a good enough amount of my entire life that music like this can just be playing out in the background and I'll never like get bored of it. I've probably got like 5,000 hours of this music playing. I'm a robot. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. That is actually very relatable. Keeping it real in the hood. Oh, by the way, I dug a lot of this shit out by just having like a baritone thing set up. And it would just like mine while I placed the torches and dug out the center row. So that at least kind of eased the burden a little bit of this horrid process. Impact nuclear. Oh yeah, for real. That saved a lot of time. You know what the next thing I want to do is? I want to go over to where the end portal is, like that go-to end portal that everybody knows, and like dig out a big ass portion of it, like a, you know, like 50 by 50, whatever, right? Or like 100 blocks by 100 blocks, and just make it some like really cool, like monument. Not like a 5K monument, not some big ugly fucking cube of obsidian, but like some kind of like gargantuan fucking chamber that like has the portal in the center and like bridges going into it with like end terrain around it, some shit like that. I don't know, but like pimp it out, you know, do something wacky. Thing is though, is that we only have 3 end portals that are like, whatever the word is, like official end portals. There are the exceptions, like the SMP based portals and shit, but like, I don't know, the only ones that are protected by plugins are this one, the one in the jungle that we don't talk about, and then the little 1x1 secret portal. But the one in the jungle is kind of interesting because not a lot of people go to it. So it's kind of cool because it's basically like, it's pristine. It's the only end portal that I think like maybe 2 people have been to, maybe 3. And so all there is just a little ladder down to the stronghold, and it's just like it was for like a year ago. And it was in plain sight. Like I was looking around for that portal for like a month, and I didn't realize it was just sitting under some new player's base that I'd known about. He was just sitting there like tucked away underneath it, and he was probably the guy that found that portal too. Like that was just his little spot, while all the other portals on the server were broken. That one just kind of stayed untouched. Because there was that scenario where these guys went running around breaking every portal on the server to try and like close the end dimension. I kind of want to like make a video like the Alfheim, like I was calling it like Alfheim theory, or like the Alfheim encyclopedia, just like just a fucking 3-hour long video that just breaks down all the lore of the server in a sense. Like I made a big ass like Excel sheet of just like everything worth talking about, and just have that as like the fucking dictionary for new fags, because they join and then they have no idea what's going on whatsoever. It would be kind of interesting to just have like a fucking lore guide video like that, like that whatever it is, that fit video, like the day 2B almost died type shit, because that's kind of like the go-to like video of 2B2T. Yeah, and just overall history of it. Kind of structured more like, if you know who this is, what's his name? I don't even know who the fuck he is. I forgot the name of the guy. Is it the guy that made 2B2T theory? Is fucking, I should remember this. Lord Pasta Productions. If you've seen the 2B2T theory series, that's basically what I'm thinking of. It's like some fucking nerd ass like Alfheim politics video type shit. So that's where the message of the day, Alfheim Theory, episode 87, comes from. It's just that Lord Pasta video. It's basically just like a fucking series of just breaking down like the day-to-day experience of 2B2T back in like 2018 was when that video was made, or that series was made. It's pretty interesting. It's a lot less cringy than like the modern explanation of what 2B2T is, and that's kind of what I like about it. I like those series that are like the old way of how 2B2T was before the clout chasing and the like constant fit videos and shit, you know. So that's kind of what this server is. It's got its own weird niche community. There's no clout to be made here. Like we're just doing stupid shit just to do stupid shit. For real. We need to have an incursion. That boy be mining backwards. On God. On Glizzy. So do you know what's wacky? I drove to class today, and I guess I kind of had this coming when I read about my teacher's reviews, like my professor's reviews online. They basically said he does not give a fuck about anything. Like he just doesn't give a shit at all. And so I was like, well, that's kind of great, because then I could just get through this really easily, just get an easy A. And it's not even like like he doesn't give a fuck like in a good way. He just straight up does not give a shit at all. He doesn't grade the assignments. I feel like he's gonna grade all of the assignments at the last like day of the quarter. He shows up late every day. And today the entire class showed up but him. And like, so we all sat there for like 45 minutes waiting for this guy. And this one girl in the class that like I guess she parked near him at school. She's like in the same parking lot area, and she saw him. So maybe he just forgot, or he fucking like he's a rebel. He skips his own class. I don't fucking know. But like, it's one of those classes where he takes attendance every day. Like, he grades us on our attendance and like marks people down for being late. When he starts doing that shit like 20 minutes into class, he'll show up 10 minutes late almost every time. And then today he just didn't show up at all. And it like, he didn't send out an email canceling class, which he normally does. Like, I signed up for this class as a course for every day of the week. Like, I took it because I wanted to like have a class that I have to get up at 10 a.m. every day for, every day of the week, right? Just to give myself an excuse to not just sleep in every day. And he canceled all that and started doing it where it's only Tuesdays and Thursdays. And then he'll still cancel like 25% of the classes with some excuse and send out an email like, oh, class is canceled today. He's done it like 5 times already. And he didn't send out any announcement today like that. He just said, fuck it. Yeah. Amazing. Quite spectacular. But yeah, I don't know. And now it's just kind of weird, because like the way I like the way I have to explain to my parents like what's going on with this teacher, it's like it's like suspicious. It's like like it almost sounds like I'm skipping class when I have to constantly tell my parents like, oh yeah, the teacher canceled today because he's sick with this, or like it's a different excuse every week. So it's like they're incriminating me here, thinking I'm pulling some shenanigans when it's literally just the teacher. Amazing. Yeah. It's like I showed up, like I drove home today and like I showed up like 10 minutes before class ended and my mom's like, oh, what happened? Something happened. It's like, no, my teacher just didn't show up. Like, what the fuck? Um, I mean, I feel bad for the people that have to, like, cause fuck this playlist. I don't get why they had to like create that like part of the Minecraft playlist. It's literally just like a fucking like Steve hunting. But yeah. So, anyways, like, I I don't know. I forgot what the fuck I was gonna say. I don't remember. But yeah, it's just it's all around just a fucking mess. No, yeah, no, like, oh yeah, like the people that have to commute to school like an hour or two every day, because there's a lot of kids that do that. That they'll drive from like 3 cities away or whatever to get here. And then just shit like this happens every day. The disappointment is just immeasurable. I guess now I have to figure out how I'm gonna cash out that Twitch money, because I don't, like, I have no fucking idea how I'm gonna do that. Because it's like now it's stuck at like $55 or whatever, probably. Like, I don't know what it's at. But they'll probably just hold on to that money for a couple months until I just barely inch over $100. Let's see. Affiliate. Oh, I'm all okay. So I'm still an affiliate. What the fuck is this? Stream, channel. Yo, what the fuck? What the fuck is it? Insights, channel analytics. Yeah, I got a whopping $41, so I need to figure out how to make another $60 this month or next month or whatever, if I don't want to just forget that that money exists. Thank you for the however many bits that was. I can't count it. I'm gonna need a lot of those before I can make use of any of it. That's so dumb. Like, at least Etsy has this thing where if you don't make the certain amount, they'll still pay you every week. It's weekly payouts if you're under the $20 minimum. There's no excuse for the minimum being $100 and monthly payments. Because if you're over $20 revenue, they'll pay you daily. Etsy does daily payouts. There's no excuse in the modern world to, on like a tip-based company, to have to pay you on a monthly basis. It's goofy. Fuck Twitch. And then they'll ban me for saying fuck Twitch and then never even give me any of my money. They're just looking for an excuse to pocket my cash. Fuck. Do you think Nuker would work for this? Like that, like flat Nuker in like a 5x5 thing with like scaffold? Just dig, because this is 5 blocks wide. We could probably just cut the whole fucking thing out. If we had such a Nuker. It'd be buggin'. I wish Nebula would like get updates. If Nebula got updates, then we could just be like, hey, could you like do like a nuker thingamabob? But the auto tool in Nebula desyncs fucking horribly. Like, it switches way too fast. So it'll just create a shit ton of ghost blocks. That infinite water is going to come in handy soon, because we're going to need to take these like big globs of grass here and fill them in with water. I wonder what my keyboard sounds like on stream, because I don't know. I would assume it sounds quite different than it does in person. That is probably true, actually. It's quite weird how Enderman, their AI is, I guess, set to where if you look directly at them, they won't like start teleporting to attack you unless you move. If you start moving, then they'll come after you. But if you just stare at them and don't move your mouse at all or your keyboard, they'll just kind of sit there. Maybe that's some kind of like code there to ensure that if an Enderman walks in front of your eyes, it doesn't like try to kill you while you're AFK or something, which is peculiar. I don't know how I noticed that, but I guess one day I just noticed that it would do that. Yeah, fill this shit in. Schematica works? On God? For real? That's crazy. On Jod. For real. Just do the middle, because these other blocks will get paved over with grass anyways. So when you do some shit like that, just don't worry about it. Ow! Fuck! Oh my god. I have spare 32k Silk Touch. But yeah, my kill aura turned on. Society. Did you guys get my notification for the stream that said, like, it was like something like extremely large melons or some shit? That was a pretty silly notification message. That is true, actually. There's good. Good notification. I have extremely large melons. I'm gonna be honest. They're big and juicy. Wow. Whoa. I'm sure you are sure of that. Oof. Oh my god, there is so much stuff here to mine. It never ends. That looks so wacky. So many fucking torches. Just keeps on going infinitely. For real. I mean, this, I think, from this side, you won't even be able to see the other side of the farm. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't have a mini-map, you could get lost in this farm because it's just fucking huge. This is just, like, humongous. Imagine being the fucking guy who tries to blow this up. You're gonna have to literally use, like, 5 double chests of TNT and spend hours. Like, and then you could just go back in here with the fucking world download and just build it again in, like, I don't know, a really short amount of time. What's the purpose? There isn't one. They're just finding shit to do. I mean, yeah. Why not have a melon farm that's autistically huge? What's the point of building anything on Minecraft? Fuck, we need to do more torches because we're gonna start seeing a lot of mobs start fucking appearing on this thing if we don't. This build is spectacular. Historic. I mean, now that we've got all this part extended, it just makes this look puny. But then again, we're also only seeing the portion of it that we can render in. But the bigger it becomes, the smaller it looks in certain parts. Guess, I don't know. I sound schizophrenic. I think we should fucking extend this another, like, I don't know what, quadruple it. Make it like 1,000 blocks by 1,000 blocks. Oh, fuck. I'll just sink like a month into this, just making this melon farm. A Tony Boy has followed. Hello. Can you play? Yes. Just get on Minecraft version 1.7.2 and the IP address is here. There you go. It's public server. You just log in and boom. You also don't need to have paid for the game because it's a cracked server. So yeah, if you don't have Java Edition, you could just download it and boom. Oh, you're Bedrock. Well, I mean, the server doesn't check if you're like a valid Java player, so you can just run Java, and it'll just like not check if you're actually registered or not. So you don't need to necessarily pay for the game to play this server. I'm just horrible at explaining that process. Oh, mobile. Oh, that complicates things. Yeah, then sorry. It is not possible. Pojave launcher. No way Indian homies are posted on iOS Java Edition. Can't figure out how to fill. Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, this is one of those like mineshaft dugout things. Those are weird. Such a wacky, peculiar thingamabob. You know what? One of the interesting things would be is to try and make a 1.7.2 Minecraft like web launcher. Because there's a 1.6.4 or not 1.6.4, 1.5.2 website that like literally allows you to join cracked Java Edition servers through your browser, because it's just like super lightweight optimized, and it's the real fucking thing, and it works pretty damn good. It's fucking crazy. But the sad thing is that their next update they plan to do is like indefinitely like on pause. But then when they do update it, they're updating it to 1.8. So they're skipping 1.6 and they're skipping 1.7.2. Which kind of sucks. But I don't know. Maybe I can make some kind of fucking like compatibility layer that only works through the fucking like that allows you to connect on 1.8, but only with the browser module. So no, because I just don't want fucking like people joining the server normally on 1.8. VIA version's cringe, but like adding some kind of thing like that, like a little VIA proxy thingamabob for the web browser, and it's just like only works with that website, it would be kind of cool. Because I could play I play Alfheim at school because it's not banned on my school Wi-Fi. The Minecraft authentication servers are. So I could bypass that shit. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. That would be really cool. It's like set it up as like a fucking anarchy server that's kind of like, you know, well known amongst school kids. Because that brings a lot of traffic. Like the kids that sit around playing like web launcher games, like cool math games and shit. If you set up like a Minecraft launcher web browser game, you could just get probably thousands of joins to the server of people that would just sit around and kind of like build or whatever. Yes, I am going to uni. All right. Real. Yeezus has such a clean module list thing. It's fancy. I like it. Oh my god. I hate this scaffold, dude. Oh my god, this scaffold is so dog shit. Well, it'll only use the block you're holding. Now we're making good time. Actually, I could fucking do that. I could set up the, I could totally set up the server in a way that allows you to, or that has like a via proxy layer for, like, what do you call it? Just for like, a web-based, Minecraft launcher. Yeah, buddy. I'm gonna set that up tonight. Future's gonna be, yeah. Yeah, I'll set it up that way. Isn't Future going to be subscription based now? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I want to see what shows up if you join or if you like connect to the game. Just keep doing the water that way. Just keep going that way, because I'll fill it all in. Like, it doesn't really matter. I don't know why Future's going to be a subscription service. I mean, that's like the goal is for every software. Like if you have any kind of software that you're developing as a service for other people, of course you want to make it a subscription, because I mean then that's a easy way of money. But it's like it sucks for everybody that just wants to use it. And everybody's that's paid for up until this point, because they're saying that it's fake. I would do that though if I was the like owner of Future and I had that many people. Fuck, dude, you could make like he'd be making like at least $20,000 a month if he set it up as like a $10 a month subscription service. Fuck. I mean that is because that's an opportunity of a lifetime. If you're a fucking guy who got lucky in that you made a client that's not really special in any way, because at the end of the day Future really isn't special. They just got lucky in that Fit used it since the like beginning of his career and promoted it for as long as he did. That's the only reason it's as big as it is. But the guy's like what, like 20 years old or something, and he's got this client that's made him like supposedly upwards of $1 million. If he made that a subscription service, he would just be set. Like the dude no longer needs to work ever again. Overnight, the guy's gonna have a stable source of income that will treat him for the rest of his life with little to no maintenance. Because I mean, most developers work for free. Like these fucking guys that make like Kami and shit. They're not getting paid anything, and they're not doing necessarily bad work either. So shit, if you're making like $1 million a year or whatever, and other than that, like the guy's making probably like $300,000 a year if he's changed it to a subscription service. You know, that would be a lot of money, and then he could just hire somebody to work on the client for him. Just hand off the torch and just have a guy working full time for $2,000 a month. And for them, that $2,000 a month is great. That's probably perfectly fine for them. You know, to make $2,000 a month to just sit around writing Minecraft client code. That's not bad by any means. So it'd work out for everybody. I wish I had the knowledge to make a Minecraft client and, you know, the luck involved. Because you could make a client all you want, but you're not going to have the luck that Future had unless you make like a really, really niche Crystal PvP client. But those don't stay relevant. You know, those come and go. Crystal PvP clients like Conus and shit, they just kind of pop up. They get their $10,000 in sales, and then they just become irrelevant again. There's a lot of clients like that. But Future's just remained a big deal. I want to see how many people have Future. Future client forum. 71,000 people have Future. 71,571. 71,000 times 20. That's $1.42 million. That's a lot of money. But imagine if you change it to a subscription service and charged $10 a month. And of that 71,000 people, 5,000 or so of them said, okay, that sucks, but I'll do it. $50K a month. And he's basically just running it as a PayPal service. So his fees are low. It's not like running something on Etsy where you've got overhead. He's just selling software. So only like maybe 10% of that goes towards taxes and fees and bullshit. That's crazy. That's fucking nuts. I would do it. Because in the grand scheme of things, $1.4 million is, you know, successful. But that's also not a lot of money. That's a house. But that's it. Like, to have a successful life, you probably need to make like around $3 or $4 million at like a minimum to have lived like a good middle class life. But to have made that much purely off of software is crazy. At that young of an age, too. If he's saving his money and he's got that in like a fucking, like a IRA or some shit, he's kind of just set.
I'm a fucking idiot. Oh my god. I fucking made my torch a no longer an infinite item. I hope 29 has spare torches. I hate it. Wow, the NASDAQ is up 2% today, 2.25%. That's crazy, dude. Is the stock market actually coming back? Kinda is. The fuck? Boy, that's not good. I mean, yeah, tech has really taken a shit. And everybody at like all financial advisors were always kind of like preaching like, oh, invest in tech, it's going to keep going up, it's going to keep going up. And then tech shit the fucking bed. Horribly. We got some normie Minecraft music here. Is this one of the new discs? I don't know. That's so weird. It's like it. I can't even like explain it, but it's like it's almost like Minecraft originally had kind of like a medieval vibe to it, and now it's almost like they're trying to make it like some like kind of modernistic game. As a song, it's good, but as a Minecraft song, I don't know. Pig Step is horrible. Pig Step, fuck that. That was like the worst decision they ever made. Was like, let's just make like a meme hip hop Minecraft song as a disc. Like, these people are stupid. I don't know. Goofy ass. The kill aura in Mad Max's clients are really weird. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, doesn't make much sense to me why they would put this in as a disc. Fuck. I hate this. We kind of had a oopsie here. Boolean. Severe lack of torches. Yeah, I fucked up and I lost my infinite torch. I think 29 has duped them, but hopefully I didn't just fucking lose this. Cause that might just be like one of the last ones. Cause Captain Solo gave me, I don't know if he has spares. He probably has spares for himself, but he probably didn't dupe a ton. Oh god. Fuck, I really need more torches. This is not a good scenario to be in. Situation to be in. Oh my god. To do these remaining like 5 rows here, it would be 34 stacks of torches. Do we have enough coal for that? We have to, right? I don't know why we wouldn't. Because we've literally probably got like 3 double chests of coal after all this mining. Yeah. Yeah, then we're definitely good. We just need a shit ton of wood then. Fuck. Home T is hopeful. Whoa, T2W4RHJI3800004 has joined the game, dude. That's crazy. That's spectacular. Damn, that's not bad. Pretty fair, to say the least. Oh yeah, we've got more than enough coal. Is that another fucking... Oh my god. Oh my lord. How are we looking at coal in these chests? We're looking good there too. Do you think we have enough melon here? We've got more stone than we do, like, actual melons from this farm. I think we've got more than enough here. This melon will last a while. Like, maybe like a couple days. Yeah, it's definitely the whatchamacallit, the wood we're gonna be bleeding for. I love how all this kind of stuff, like the end portal, is just all like within reach. It's not necessarily ever griefed. Aside from me being an idiot like this. Nobody just fucking griefs this stuff. It's in pretty good shape, and it just remains in pretty good shape. I mean, at that point, if we really want to, the odds of somebody, like, showing up at, like, nobody even griefs 0-0. You could literally just, like, fucking, like, build, like, a utopia in Spawn. And it'll probably do just fine as long as nobody just starts talking to medmechs about it. The deforestation here is fucking nuts. There used to be a shit ton of trees here. Now it's just kind of barren land. I'm mining the last tree of this biome, I guess. Cause I went out here because I thought there was going to be a bunch of trees. Here we go. Oh shit. Hello Ranch, how's it going? Thank you for the raid, dude. Dude, Ranch, you check this out. I'll show you this in a sec. Once I get back to my base, I'll show you what I've been working on. This is horrible. Hello, everybody. Yes, I'll show you the farm if I can find the end portal. Because it's gonna be hard to find the end portal, but when I do, I'll show you what this farm looks like. We've been working on it for 3 days now. It's down here somewhere. I'm probably gonna die if I jump down that. That's not a good idea. How is Alfheim holding up? Well, you know, it's slow, as to be expected of a server of this. Oh! Wow, that... Oh no, oh no, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Okay. Fucking hell. Alright. But yeah, so we'll make our way through the end here. The end is also a mess. It's just a ginormous lava cast with like a weird mess of blocks inside of it, and then random tunnels from the ender dragons, because we've had 3 ender dragons now. Yeah, these are all 32k gear. Yeah, stacked armor. But yeah, there were a couple dragons that I accidentally spawned, and long story short, they tore up the lava cast, and then they went through the end exit portal, and then went into the overworld, and then one of the dragons clipped through a nether portal and went into the nether. So yeah, we had that going on. But yeah, so here's our melon farm. It literally just goes on for fucking ever. Literally, this is a render distance. It just keeps going. It doesn't stop. It really doesn't stop. But yeah, it's 275 blocks long. So the further you go, it just eventually you'll hit a wall. And then what we've been doing yesterday and today was extending it horizontally outwards in this direction. Another so it's 275 blocks long, 270 blocks wide, 275 wide. We are on Yeezus. It's a because this server's running on Minecraft 1.7.2. We got basically like a clone of Future that now my cursor is stuck to the tab. But yeah, pretty cool stuff. I don't know why. Medmex is an amazing coder. But yeah, the going meme of the community now has been like Nebula and Yeezus are both Future skids, or look like Future skids. But yeah, these aren't 2B clients. These clients are made for this server specifically. Because yeah, we're kind of our own weird like time capsule community. Because we're running 1.7. But yeah, so then in this direction, it's just more and more and more torches. But yeah, if I had my mini map loaded, or I'll switch clients. Yeah, I'll hop on Forge and I'll show you guys what this looks like on a map. Couldn't you technically automate melons? We could automate all of this, but we don't really have a goal in mind. We're just kind of doing this for the purpose of just making it horrible. Oh wow, I haven't updated my map in a while, so it's reloading all this. But yeah, so that's how big this melon farm is, and then that's how big spawn is. So they're not that far apart. We're like, oh, I hate this playlist. But yeah, it's ginormous. Big. You should start playing again. While you were gone, the server got backdoored. So it's kind of in like it's weird. We've got illegal items basically. Like people have stacked gear. There's negatives of a lot of blocks. Where can you download it? I kind of feel like I should just leak it. Should I just leak Medmex's client, and should I leak Nebula? Because the versions that have like the future shit and that are like actually updated, they've been private for months for some reason, which kind of is cringe.
there are public clients for this server, but they're kind of shitty is what I'm trying to say. But I should just leak the clients. I don't know. I kind of feel like it. Yes, it's only a 1.7.2 server. There are other dupes that I've heard of. But I don't know much about them. I think there's like a dupe with portals and donkeys, like that cactus thing, I think. And then there's some kind of other private dupe that MedMex has that he doesn't talk about. And yeah, so some illegal items from the back door have leaked out, like, you know, they're in circulation, people have them. And then there's a lot of stuff that they haven't leaked that are still like private stuff that only they have, that they choose not to distribute. So there's kind of like a weird market here for like rare items, because basically there's negative items. Certain types of negative items you can make on your own, and then other ones could only be created through the back door. And so like glowstone, grass, all these ones, these are reasonably common. But there are other, like, the people who backdoored the server basically have infinites of every item in the game and unobtainable items in the game. And they keep it to themselves. They only let some items get out. I really should make a video that breaks down the lore of this server, because it's kind of confusing. It's basically like, it's like 2B2TA used to be, way back before there was any kind of management. Yeah, like there is no type of like the only restrictions around illegal items on here is that you can't place bedrock and end portals at spawn. You can, but they'll be removed. They get removed when the chunk gets unloaded. But anywhere else on the server, you can free carry bedrock. Oh yeah, we should totally just like extend this vertically. But yeah, and if you try to PvP with 32Ks, it reverts. But trying to PvP against mobs with illegal items does work. It's just not against players, because we kind of didn't want a situation where you just one-tap people with 32K swords. Kind of felt that would be boring. Can you just fly? No, this server is running NCP, like a archaic 2013 version of No Cheat Plus. Most servers now run No Cheat Plus updated, but this server is running the original. But yeah, you can use 32Ks against mobs, but the moment you try to swing at a player, it'll revert. But aside from like blocking things like fly, the server's anti-cheat is pretty liberal. The kind of goal with this server is to allow it to be completely unrestricted. No matter how horrible it gets, there is like truly no restrictions in a sense. Like, I feel like since 2B started prio banning people and muting people and patching out all illegals and all this stuff, it's kind of like goes against everything the server used to be. On here, you could build a lag machine all you want, because who gives a fuck? You know, like, illegal items, free carry them, do whatever you want with them. You just can't ruin other people's day being a shithead with them. But you can use them on your own all you want. You can't even look at illegals on 2B anymore without them all being wiped out of existence like they were never there. The server's kind of active. It goes through swings. There's like, you know, occasionally like weeks on end where it'll have, you know, 5-10 people online, and then weeks on end where not a single person joins. But lately it's been kind of doing okay. The problem is that like a lot of the time I have to take the initiative to try and like muster up some kind of like activity, because a lot of other people don't really do that. But I don't know. If other players showed up and just kind of, you know, tried to start parties and projects on their own and stuff, the server would probably do pretty well. But like, whenever the server goes into a downward spiral, nobody wants to be that one guy online to break the ice, you know? So it'll just like tank down at like all at once. It's either doing really well or not good at all. It's weird. But yeah, it's a very liberal anarchy server, because I guess we have to start using terms like that now, because ever since 2B started muting people and, you know, being really, really restrictive and everything, a lot of clone servers were like, well, you know, we do that, so, you know, if 2B does it, why can't we ban and mute people? So they set a bad precedent for all these other servers to start doing the same thing. I tried out, but I only have a 1.12 client. Well, I mean, the thing is there's not really PvP on here, and it's not like you need a client to find bases, because the server's like kind of dead enough to the point that, or like, it's kind of dead, and also most of the people that do play on here are respective enough of other people's builds that there are a lot of builds around spawn. Like there's a little church thing here. There's Sun Zero's little weird sky structure here's kind of fucked up, but it's been there for like 8 months. Over here, there's the Arab people's base. There was for a couple weeks, a group of like Middle Easterners joined the server and built their own little city. And then over here was one of my bases, 750 base. And then over here we are with our little melon farm underground. There's a little survival base over here. Like, if you know your way around the map, you'll know where a lot of the cool tourist destinations are. Like these chunk errors here. This looks really weird when you get there. Yeah, and then I mean, yeah, there's a lot of bases near spawn, and there's a lot of bases that are far away. And yeah, so there's just little builds just scattered everywhere. Like some guy built a house here. I think I saw that at some point. This is the highway that I hand paved. I think it stops at like 3K. Yeah, I got pretty lazy with this. Yeah, 3,600 blocks out. And then in the Nether, there is a highway. The positive X highway in the Nether is 3.75 million blocks long. 2B doesn't have shit on this server because basically when the server got backdoored, one of the guys who had the backdoor took his items and spent like 3 weeks paving the highway all the way till the border. So there's an obsidian highway that's like fully paved like it would be on 2B all the way to 30 million. And then the other highways go out, you know, maybe 10, 20K, I think. And then from there, it's if you've seen old 2B style, like a really old, like pre-highway worker union days, it's all tiny tunnels, like little 1x2 tunnels for like 100,000 blocks. And then there's the dupe stashes. There are still dupe stashes on here, not a lot of them, but there are a few chunk dupe stashes that have survived the test of time that are out there somewhere. And then there's weird stuff like this. What this is, basically, the server's gone through a ton of weird seeds for testing phases and stuff like that, and I discovered this while we were building this melon base. I discovered this. Basically, in 1.6, someone I think used a remote chunk loading exploit to load this chunk, and they only like there's two steps of chunk loading. There's where it generates the stone and the like dirt and the biome ID, and then there's the second step of generating the chunk, that is the populating it with, you know, trees and like flowers and stuff like that. And so it never reached step 2. It stopped halfway, and then somehow nobody generated this chunk like fully until 1.7. So the surrounding area is 1.7 chunks with just a jungle taiga crossover, because it's the old ID that is taking priority here, with the new biome, like whatever population taking priority. It's really weird. I haven't seen this anywhere else in the spawn area until just by complete luck discovering this while building the melon farm. But then there's also a lot of like crossover chunk errors because the server's gone through multiple seeds. So you'll notice there are a lot of chunk errors scattered around the inner spawn region, because it's gone through a lot of phases. Like even the 1.7 chunks are kind of weird in some spots. And there's my other base. So this was my saucer base. I mean, it's survived long enough that I don't really give a shit if somebody tries to blow this up. But yeah, it's 7K out, and I built this like 4 months ago, maybe. It's pretty cool. I had a couple visitors. Some guy who's like a moderator on Minecraft Online stumbled upon this. Pretty cool. But yeah, a lot of chunk errors. That's where this chunk error got its like whatever like state, was because I think we don't really know how this came to be, but I think this was Medmex using a remote chunk loading exploit like that one I was talking about earlier, and just loaded this whole kind of weird screwed up grid, and then nobody knew it was there for a couple months. Nobody noticed. And then yeah, you see the lines of the chunks that like when they reach step 2 of the population stage, it's technically ocean. So those parts never got the snow and they never got trees. And then yeah, I don't know. Pretty weird stuff. This temple right here, perfectly lined up with where the chunk border like stopped generating. So it's just like cut perfectly. It's weird. But yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff all over this map. And over there was the first base on the server, which is now blown up. But if you look at the server profile picture, that is the base in question. Where is that snow jungle at? It is right above me at -330, 1000. And right below it is a ginormous melon farm. But yeah, it's a pretty, you know, unique server. It's pretty cool, pretty special, and you know, it's a pretty niche community, which is kind of a cool thing. I don't know. It's interesting that it's got such a small player base. It's like 2B before the clout, kind of, which is kind of how I like it. There's like 2B's kind of lost its stage of people building weird stuff just to build. But on a place like this, there's no clout to be had. So people do just build whatever they feel like building. There's no like, you know, expectation of building another Mew mega base. Like, the sad thing with 2B is everything's expected to be like a Mew mega base kind of build. So you get all excited, I'm going to build something really cool, and then you overthink it, and then you never end up building. On here, there's no like stress of, you know, trying to compare it to something else or some other fancy build. So you just do what you want. Because nobody really does it on 2B anymore. power to you. If you're one of the people that does just build like that, then that's good. Sad thing is a lot of people don't. What do we have? What else is there? Oh, also, there is, on various clients, you can teleport to spawn. On this client, it's /spawn, but on other clients, it's like .spawn TP. Basically, what it does is it sends a packet to the server that your position is like null, null, null. And then the server, like on older versions, that would crash the server because it wouldn't know what to do with your player position. But then in 1.6, Bucket made that kick you and cancel the packet. But then when you log back in, it wouldn't have saved your prior position, so it sends you to the server's spawn point. And when we updated to 1.7, that got patched out, but so many players had been like, you know, used to that, so I ended up just like backporting the spawn TP bug and just allowing it, because most people were in favor of it, and the 1.7 update on this server was kind of controversial. Most people didn't anticipate that update ever happening to begin with, because the original plan was to stay on 1.6.4 forever. So I ended up just doing that and just, you know, backporting it to keep people happy. No, I own this server, but for the most part, I just play as a normal player, just as anybody else would. Because not a lot of people take the initiative to try and keep the server active, so I kind of have to do that myself. Because if I don't log in, nobody will. So, but yeah, I mean, most things on the server are all within walking distance. This little, like, you'll learn pretty quickly on here that the diagonal highways suck. The diagonal highways are basically non-existent on this server. Like, they end here. This diagonal highway is like, I think 100 blocks long, and then there, I think another a couple other ones are like maybe a couple hundred blocks long. But yeah, the majority of the diagonals just don't even exist on this server. Yeah, no diagonals in the majority of directions. But on this highway, positive, once you get to 100, you're at the portal to the base, 750 base. You're just there. So you walk for a minute, and then there we are. It's an interesting twist, you know? Yeah, I mean, like, most people on the server know about this base, and this base has been blown up before, multiple times, but the majority of the server is in agreement that they'll just leave it be. And so it does fine. And we rebuilt it a couple times. But yeah, it's a cool little base. The fountain got blown up and we never got around to fixing that. Too lazy for that. But yeah, pretty cool. Big farm. This used to be a tree area, but I guess nobody replanted it. And this tower got blown up and nobody felt like fixing it. Too bad for that guy, I guess. I'll talk to you in DMs about that, because that does exist. I'll say that map does exist on here. But a lot of people don't know about where it is, and we've kind of left it that way for a reason. That's a weird place. There's a lot of weird lore there, because Courier 6 went out there when that got transplanted, and so they kind of built there in secret for a while, and then I found out that there were multiple dragon eggs there when there was originally supposed to be just one dragon egg. there ended up being multiple because of the other map. And technically there's 6 original end portals because of that map. Yeah, somewhere on this server, the SMP base has been transplanted. It's out there. I can send you the coords too, Rom. Basically, anybody who's like on the original map, I'll run you the coords. But yeah, it's pretty weird. There's also, you'll see a lot of blocks on here that at one point did exist on Tubi that no longer exist. I need food. Like these, I think they're the only place that those exist were like some, or that still exist is some base that Baron Dome found that ended up getting griefed or moved, I think. Is the tower there? Everything is there. That entire map is like 20,000 blocks wide, and it's there on the server. But yeah, you can see like the smooth stone blocks. These exist in the community. These are floating around, and some people have them. I ended up using all the ones that I had, but you've got those. There were locked chests, which were a really cool block, but those got removed in 1.7 really. Like, sadly, I didn't know about that until I'd already updated the server. But locked chests were a really cool novelty item of this server. There's a lot of stuff, you know, on here. But yeah, there's just a shit ton of different blocks, because on this version and the version prior in 1.6, basically you could obtain item block states as items. So like half-grown wheat would be an item, and like turned off torches, turned on comparators, all those types of things exist as items, or did exist as items. And there's like fire items, lava blocks, water blocks. Yeah, you died to a skeleton. Sounds about right. This server has 10 render distance and vanilla mob spawn rates, so it's bad. You'll just like turn around and then like 20 mobs appear behind you, and unlike most modern servers, that 10 chunk render distance actually loads them. On modern versions, the only way that like render distance beyond like 4 to 5 chunks is possible is through simulating the chunks. You can see them, but they're not ticking. Like they're not actually there. Mobs aren't there, crops aren't growing. On this server, not enough, like with even 10, 20 players online, the TPS is perfectly fine. With 10 render distance, so it's actually fully loaded. 10 chunks away, you'll have like farms growing and redstone machines working. It's really good for just actually playing conventional survival. Do you have to do any funny stuff with the launcher join? No, you just log in. It's a cracked server, so you do have to set a password, and it will give you a PIN number. That's really important. When you set your password, it'll say here's a 6-digit code that you use to reset your password. Just screenshot that. But yeah, it won't prompt you to enter your password every time you log in. You're just basically set. You're good to go. Yes, in 1.7, hunger goes away very quickly. Oh yeah, see, look at this. Oh, over here, this is the original Arab base. Those Middle Eastern guys that played, they built 2 towns, and I guess supposedly this base got like some kind of internal drama led to these guys destroying their base. Like their friend ended up lighting the house on fire and blowing a bunch of shit up. And then they built their second base over here, which has, I think, lasted like 2 months now. It's unscathed. It's looking pretty good. But yeah, these guys no longer play, sadly. I think I saw one of their friends join a couple days ago, but they don't really talk in chat, so can't really, like, I didn't really know what was going on with him. Did it get blown up? Oh, that's weird. I was walking by this base a couple days ago, and there was a ginormous, like, TNT monolith. Somebody built, like, a big creeper face out of TNT, and it was, like, a statue pointing towards the house. And I guess somebody stole the TNT. Oh! And this base. Some Russian players joined the server, like, 4 months ago, and they did the exact same thing. They built a big ginormous treehouse, and then this whole drama like went down in the public chat of like, you stole my diamonds. No, I did not. Fuck you. No, you stole my diamonds. And then the guy lit the house on fire and everybody left. That was over the course of like 2 hours. They built the base, got into a big old fucking battle about diamonds, and then yeah, fucked it up. Yeah, and then these guys started killing each other. It was funny. And then over here you got the church that Requiem built a while ago. And there's Sun Zero's base. Yeah, kind of half loaded, but yeah, pretty cool. That's been there since almost like I think the start of the server a year ago. Yeah, the drama always goes down on here. Never ending. I guess it's just human nature. Like, eventually, if there's no structure in society, people will take each other's stuff and devolve to trying to kill each other. It's truly poetic. Oh, I didn't even talk about this. So up here, you've got this ugly fucking abomination of a roof. Basically, one of the guys that, so there were three people that backdoored the server. There was Captain Solo, who built the highways with his backdoored items. There was Telgin, who didn't really do much with his illegal items. He just kind of minded his own business and still built his own bases, like, with his items. He didn't really cause anybody any trouble. He just existed. He just built a couple builds and then left. And then there's Medmex. Medmex made this ginormous grid with his infinite obsidian that spans, like, all of spawn, basically. And then he put lava across it. Infinite lava. So he basically submerged the entire server in lava. And this was when the spawn radius, like the respawn radius, was 100 blocks wide. So basically nobody could join the server. Nobody could play, nobody could join if they were new. They would just infinitely die. Thus, I had to change the spawn radius to 1,000 blocks. And Captain Solo, the other guy that backdoored the server, gave us infinite torches because he also hated the lava grid. And we used these torches to remove all of the lava source blocks. So now that's gone. And Medmex has said in the past, he's, shaken his finger and said someday the grid will come back. But it hasn't happened yet. Someday, though, we never know. You might fucking do it again. I hope he doesn't. But he said he will. He said the lava grid is inescapable. But so far, we haven't seen any resurgence. And yeah, here's Spawn. Looks pretty cute. And then down here, the Kaaba. The, you know, pretty cool. And the bedrock floor is pretty much just all like glowing with netherrack and flattened out with cobblestone. Couple trees and stuff too. Pretty cool. Yeah, it's cool. It's a nice habitat. And then spawn's kind of flat like 2012 spawn on 2B. Over the course of like a month, I AFK'd for like, I don't know how long, but I basically mined away all of the lava casts that spawn. The only lava cast that still remains is the one directly at 0-0, but all of the casts that were like in the immediate spawn region all got removed until this got built. I built this like a month ago because I was bored, and then that, and this cast, but those are the only 3 casts. The rest have all been mined away, so it's just kind of a flat stone plain. What does the sign say? Woo 2014. I think that's one of the messages of the day on this server. Mexican greetings from 2022. So I guess some Mexican guy joined the server. Pretty cool. And there's also this farm. Oh, somebody died here. That sucks. But yeah, there's a cute little farm here. 5 people online. Pretty cool lookout here. But yeah, nobody really grieves, so. I should like highlight this and make this like a Alfheim tour video, because I basically covered a lot of the topics on this server. And then at some point I'm gonna make like a proper in-depth video, like a 3-hour long video breaking down every aspect of this server, because I've been planning to do that for a while. I definitely should have grabbed some melons over there, but if I can just make it to the Arab base, they'll have food there. Well, yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways, 2B was the same way. It was nobody necessarily, like, you had like, our servers got, you know, medmechs, while 2B had pop bob. When a server's as small as this is, you're always going to have like one guy who just insists on being a nuisance. But for the most part, everybody's just reasonable. And the more time you spend on the server, the you just get to know where everything is on the map. And all the inner workings of the highways and stuff. But yeah. There's a big iceberg about this server. And we've also got pretty damn good commands. I spent a lot of time perfecting the plugins on this server so that it's really damn good. All the plugins are straightforward. The commands are reasonable. Everything works well. On this version, it's like right before 1.8 where they added the fancy modern tab. So I kind of built this like TPS counter that's like a fake player basically. And yes, if the server goes down to like 1 TPS, it will show that. This is Alfheim. This is my 1.7 server that I opened about 1.5 years ago after I started, or after I got rid of N Crystal. Must be a hard time with RAM? No, not at all. 1.7 and 1.6 were very, very lightweight. And they don't have that many memory leaks. The only memory leaks are with like loading a shit ton of nether chunks. We did have some problems when like 10 people were traveling to the nether world border at the same time, all generating chunks. But 99.999% of the time, the server's at 20 TPS. But there also is nothing necessarily restricting you from building a lag machine. So if somebody did want to make a lag machine, unlike most quote-unquote anarchy servers, I do like stand by my liberal belief of, okay, if you want to do that, go for it. Just don't expect the other players to handle it lightly either. You know, it's genuine self-government. I didn't get rid of Crystal. I ended up selling it. I ended up selling that server because running Crystal made me realize how bad modern Minecraft is. Hence the reason why I ended up opening this server, which is basically the polar opposite. Going from running an anarchy server that's like all about innovating on the latest release to making the only anarchy server on an old release. Basically, this server is the only reason that keeps old Minecraft alive. What made me think modern Minecraft was bad? The more I played it, the more I realized how horrible the game has gotten. In a sense that they would just add goofy mythical mobs, and they've moved more towards making it like a kids game in a sense, where like in the past it never wasn't a kids game, but adults could play it. Now they've really gone over the edge, like making it seem like it's a game for kindergarteners and like scaring away older players from the community, and like increasingly making the game easier every release. On a server like this, you actually still have to concern yourself with dying because you don't have totems, you don't have infinite lives, you don't have infinite inventories in e-chest with shulkers, you don't have creative fly, just being able to put on an elytra and infinitely fly. Like, you have to traverse the terrain yourself. The new game is just way too easy. And like every update, they would just like add a new like variation of the crafting table that just like makes it easier to create a specific block. I don't know. I'm just not a fan of it. Oh, this is mine. I'm running in circles. But yeah, I want to go back to the melon farm. But yeah, so you hit him with the spawn TP. Go in the portal and go to the end. Yeah, 1.7 was the best release of the game. The only reason that this server's on 1.7.2 and not on 1.7.10 is because I didn't want the, like, nobody ever really developed clients for 1.7.2, or not a lot of people did. So if you're using a client on here, you have to use either like the 2 clients, or no, 3 clients now that people have made for the server, or you, and they're reasonably limited. They're, you know, they're not perfect, or you have to make do with a 2014 client. If it was on 1.7.10, development for hacked clients for those versions never really ended. So it would just be overwhelming, like, clients that have been perfected for 5 years. Because that's the other side of it. I feel like servers like 2B and, you know, 1.8 and 1.7.10, they've reached their limit in a sense. You know, like there's only so much innovation you can have around end crystals and around, like, you know, swinging a sword. And I kind of like that there's a balance between, like you can't play 2B vanilla. At least on a server like this, you don't necessarily have to have hacks. You can get by perfectly fine without them, which is nice. You don't see that anymore on any other anarchy server. Everything is like, oh, what's the current dupe? You know, what's the, you know, what client do I have to use to PvP, and like the moment you run into another player, you just instantly fucking get one shot. It sucks. Yeah. It's like if you've never, like if you haven't played 2B, like, or like if you, like, I say it wrong. You don't even join a clone server or 2B if you don't have a client. It's like, you don't even think about joining in vanilla. You just automatically assume that you have to have a, like a client of some sort. Whereas on here, you don't really have to. Nobody needs one. And a lot of people don't have hacks. I've seen a lot of people just like turn down joining a server because they don't have a client specifically made for that server. Yeah. Or like they won't join if it doesn't have like a horribly OP dupe. Like modern 2B players are in a sense, a lot of them are very lazy because they've become so dependent on module or like stuff that Minecraft is made to make it too easy, and these clients are really, really developed. Why don't you use an axe to mine melons? Because 1.7 is weird and it adds no efficiency. Literally, the block that adds efficiency for melons is swords, which is makes no sense because there's no efficiency for them in vanilla. Like there probably are efficiency swords on this server somewhere, but I've never seen them. But yeah, literally, like there's like with a completely maxed out sword, there's like a 3% mining speed boost on melons, but not pumpkins. Pumpkins are like axe efficiency, just not melons for some reason. And it gets even more weird because melons and pumpkins in this version of, in like these older versions of Minecraft, are the same block. They identify as the same block. It's just like the damage character, or like the damage ID or whatever, separates the two. It's fucking weird. But yeah, if you look in Minecraft's code, pumpkin and melon basically show up as the same item. How are we doing in terms of replanting? I haven't bothered figuring out for real stuff that Fit says. Yeah, I feel like modern anarchy is really kind of like the term has been soiled. In a sense, like it doesn't hold the same definition it did 5 years ago, 10 years ago. So I don't know. I don't even really call this an anarchy server. It is, and at the same time, it's not. I feel like the term of calling it a no rules server is much more fitting, because that whole thing of calling it an anarchy server has totally been warped. You know, like actually calling it a no rules server, it's like, okay, then I can do what I want, and if I crash the server, I'm not going to get punished. I'm not going to get a spanking from Housemaster. I'm not going to get muted for talking too fast, you know? Because that's what, in a lot of ways, made me quit 2B. Yes, 1.7.2 is the final version that this server is going to be on forever.
whether the server has 0 players or 10 players or a million players, we are staying on this version. Yeah, the help command basically goes through it. You're alone. The server will permanently stay on 1.7, and the server will turn back on if it crashes. And that's it. You are, if you have problems, aside from like forgetting your PIN or something, which I can help with in certain scenarios, you are on your own. Oh, another kind of weird feature is if you say item in chat with brackets, like with the brackets on either side, it'll create a hoverable item stack in chat. And the achievement messages are actually custom on here. I completely rewrote the achievement messages on here so that if you ignore a player, it won't show their achievements, because normal Minecraft just wouldn't allow that. There's 32Ks in stacked items because, long story short, I wanted to get rid of the chunk dupe, and MedMex pulled a fast one on me and sent me a quote-unquote fix for the chunk dupe that like was just a complete fucking lie, and the server was super dead at the time, like morale was low, so I didn't even log in to test the patch. I just assumed he wasn't lying, which was a horrible decision. And basically what it did was is it just made it like it was completely fake. He made it look like it would do something, like it would patch something with books, when in reality it literally just did jack shit. And at a higher line in the class, he commented out the packet that would distinguish being on creative mode and being on survival mode. So if you were in survival mode and you sent a packet to the server saying, I want to take this item out of the creative mode menu, it won't say no. So you could just create items out of thin air, and there would be no logs or anything saying that that is wrong or like that shouldn't happen. It's not like a sketchy command that he added. It would just be able to create items out of thin air with any NBT data. And I could go into like how horribly dangerous that was. And like it was never malicious in the sense that it could harm players, but it was malicious in the sense that you could create an item with any NBT data. So, and these versions of Minecraft, unlike modern Minecraft, don't have safety nets for data sanitization. So what happened was we discovered later on that the SMP map that I spawned in had been like not backdoored, but it had a similar exploit on it as well that allowed you to create books with any type of NBT data. And with that information, people created books that had every enchantment that exists in the game on them, but it also had enchantment IDs that were invalid that were from newer versions of the game, because the idiot that made those items didn't check the code, and so it basically tried to enchant those books with Curse of Vanishing, an enchantment that doesn't exist in this version of the game. So when you clicked that book or opened a chest with that book or tried to read the book or hit somebody with the book, it would crash you and everybody on the server repeatedly. And it also broke all of the illegal enchantment plugins, because the server would try to check the book for illegal enchantments and have a stroke because it has enchantments that aren't real. That's the best way I can explain it. There's a lot of weird shit that's happened on this server. Like, I could just talk for hours about like all the weird lore and stuff that's happened on here. It's way more confusing than 2B2T in a lot of ways, But at the same time, it's also made me wonder how much stuff has happened on 2B that we don't know about, that like never got circulated, never got talked about, and got forgotten by old players, or the people that did those things just never logged back in and we don't know about them for that reason. There's probably a lot of things on 2B that have just never been discovered. But it's sad because the illegal plugin on 2B is so goddamn restrictive that if somebody logged in with Bedrock or like with an illegal item, it would just disappear as if it never existed. So they would never even know that it was there to begin with. Like if you open a chest and it has an illegal enchanted book in there, it would just revert. You'd never know. But on a server like this, as literally the guy that owns the server, I have discovered things about this server that I didn't even know about. And it's happened multiple times where like somebody would send me a crash, like somebody sent me a crash log like, oh, my game crashed when I opened this chest. Like, okay, that's pretty weird. And I go out there and I open the chest and it's full of fucking illegal books that I've never seen before. Unbeknownst to all of us. None of us knew they were there. So, I don't know. There's a lot of things to go over on this server. Because he stumbled into it. Basically, that guy had built like a dupe stash next to a base that nobody knew about. And just when he went exploring around the area, he just bumped into it. He just didn't know he was like 5,000 blocks away from like a secret backdoor bunker. Are you able to patch 32Ks? Well, basically the premise of this server is to genuinely be like as free as possible. Like we test the boundaries of like actually having a genuine anarchy server. You can freely carry 32Ks and use them all you want. The only thing that you can't do with 32Ks is one tap other players. If you hit another player with an illegal item, or that person has an illegal item, it will revert. So that way at least PvP isn't horrible. But in all other circumstances, 32Ks and just illegal items in general will not revert. Yeah, so I'll show you. Like, if I were to hit this guy with a 32K shovel, it would cancel it, and then now it's just a normal thing. Same thing with armor. Armor reverts, but mine had already reverted. So, I don't know. But yeah, that's it. In all other circumstances, illegals exist and can be used. Like, you can one-tap blocks, all that shit. Same thing with Bedrock. All illegal blocks in this version of the game, the only restriction on illegal blocks is that you can't place them within 500 blocks of spawn without them disappearing. If you place Bedrock at spawn, it will disappear when you log off. But out here, 1,000 blocks away, if I were to place a piece of Bedrock, which I think I have one, it'll just remain there. Because there's no anarchy servers these days that just allow you to just do whatever you want. And I think it's a pretty balanced setup. It's a pretty good configuration. Everybody gets what they want. PvPers don't complain. People can have rare, special, novelty items that they can enjoy. And everything's great, you know? But yeah, so boom. Not many. I mean, I don't really try to like. I don't really do much like. I mean, in a like in the sense of like weird occurrences. There's been a lot of those on here. But in terms of like being an abusing server owner, I think maybe like once or twice. There was a base that I had at one point that was an experiment. And if somebody ever finds that, they'll be very confused. But the illegal items that were there are removed. Most of them. There's just structures now. But there's no, like, big stash of illegal items. Because when the back door happened, we kind of had a field day. We're like, woohoo, cool shit. Now we've got some fancy stuff in our economy. Ironically, when the server got backdoored, that made the server more active than it was before. Because, like, then everybody was like, holy shit, now we've got a bunch of cool, like, novelty items to hunt for. And, yeah, so we just fucking migrated out into the millions and just built a base out of bedrock. But I don't know. If somebody else wants to build a Tristan bedrock sphere, there's nothing necessarily holding you back from doing so. So, I mean, go for it. Oh. Also, I don't know if I even have a, I'll show this. So I'll make a super flat world. Basically, there's also item block state changing glitches. I'll show you, because I can't really explain this. I have no idea how I would explain this. But yeah, so if you have like a piece of bedrock, I think you go like this, and then you shoot the block 9 times. Or no. How the fuck do I do this? I can't even remember. I can't remember. But basically there's some weird glitch where you can like create suspended like arrow blocks that when the arrow lands, it will change the block state of whichever item the arrows land on. I'm having a stroke trying to explain this. But yeah, basically you can just change like any block into like a variation of it, like different colored wool, different types of like slabs, shit like that. And you can also change like pistons into 6-sided pistons, and you can break bedrock with it. How the fuck you do that, I don't know. But yeah, I don't remember. But that also is something that exists on here. The nether roof will give you increasing damage the more time you spend on it. So if you go on the roof, it'll do like half a heart of damage, and every second it will increment until it'll literally just like one tap you. So if you've got like god armor and like golden apples, you can stay up there for a while, but as time goes by, it gets worse. But there is a lot of highway infrastructure on this server. Like the Positive X Nether Highway is 3.7 million blocks long, like all the way to 30 million. There's a lot. I got a lot of garbage in my inventory. Oh, torches. I forgot all about that. I need to make torches. Do you regret selling End Crystal? If I'm being honest, I don't even think about End Crystal at all. I just kind of like over the course of months, I got more and more and more bored of it. And then by the time I made the decision to sell it, I just didn't have any interest in the server at all anyways. And in a lot of ways, this server has been more fun than that server. It's been more fun. I've had the ability to make it much more unique, and It is so much more unique in a lot of ways, and it's much cheaper to run. It is 39 gigabytes. Silver Eyes 2BTT. ePro, what is your opinion on why I blocked you? What did you want to send me? I wanted to send you SpongeBob porn. But unfortunately you blocked me, so you're not getting any. But yeah, most of the server's file size is just like that whole like traveling to the world border thing. Like the server was like 10 gigabytes for like 8 months. That's the other thing. These versions of Minecraft are like, they compress so well because of how like little variance there are in like blocks. Because in the grand scheme of things, there aren't a lot of blocks that naturally generate, so the region files end up being really small. Very nice. Although if there was ever some reason why this server would suddenly start growing really fast, like for this server to ever reach like 2B's file size, it would have to be like the server running for like months with thousands of simultaneous players, like 500 people online traveling for this server to start growing really fast, really big. Like when the server's got, 20, 30 people online, it'll grow by like 500 megabytes a day at most, which is not bad at all, because I've got 16 terabytes of spare storage, SSD storage for this server. So, and I've got a 5800X Ryzen processor and 64 gigabytes of RAM. So we're really fucking overkill. Like, this server is very capable of holding a ton of players for a very long time. We've got like, we're at like 0.001% server capacity in a year, or like server file size capacity in a year. So we're looking good. Minecraft is fun. I don't know like how I would get by playing any other game for 10 years straight, but I've done that for Minecraft. How frequent is world backup? It's once a day. And how would you react if you had an IRL friend play this server? That would be scary. But I mean, thing is with Crystal was big enough. Crystal had like, I think what, like 50,000 unique joins. I've heard multiple stories of people actually like just discovering out of the blue that people they know in real life watch my, or have like watched my streams at one point, or like seen it on Twitch, or like have joined Crystal or know what it is, which is weird to think about. Like as small as it is, at the same time, Crystal and like this community is big too. But Alfheim, no. I mean, since it's a cracked server, I can join it in class. So, I mean, it would be pretty interesting to just like promote this server to like as a server that you can play on like really low computer specs, and promote it around like schools, because I mean, a lot of people would probably join from that. There's a lot of people that play cracked Minecraft on their like school laptops and stuff. So I would probably in the future set up like a system where this server is like you can also join it through a web browser at like web.alfheim.pw and just promote it to people on low end laptops. Because this would fucking slap at school, dude. I would be on this all day. Did I play the entire playlist of Minecraft? I did. I went through the entire Minecraft playlist. Oh, come on. Yeah, I'm gonna run that back. But yeah, it would be cool to do something like that. You think any YouTubers would join this server? I mean, the problem that I like, my philosophy about Minecraft at this point in time is like the phase of like anarchy's popularity is kind of over. And like there's not really any way to explain this server to a normal Minecraft player in a way that would like they would have any reason to actually log in and play, much less like build or be active. And I think the same way about YouTubers, where it's like there's not many servers that are like anarchy related that you can like explain to a YouTuber why they should join and why they should promote it. And like if you mention anything of like these types of server traits, people will just think, oh, 2B2T, right? Oh, you're talking about 2B2T. And most servers are like, well, we're not 2B2T, but we're a clone server trying to be like 2B2T, you know? But we're at the end of the day, you're just not 2B. Never will be 2B. So it'll never really catch on in that sense. No anarchy server aside from 2B will. But this server does have a lot of really like weird, unique aspects to it that just don't even exist in modern Minecraft and modern like 2B2T. So maybe in that sense, if I like really like creatively like structured out an explanation as to how this server is and what this server is, maybe I could explain to a YouTuber in a way that would make them interested in promoting it. But I don't know. I kind of like most of the people that play this server seek this server because it's kind of a small niche, you know, no rules community. Like I feel like 2B's been walked all over and people have really tested Housemaster's patience to the point that it's not an anarchy server anymore. That's just something that comes with being an enormous server, is that you have to make sacrifices when people do scummy things. And you know it was kind of inevitable that 2B2T would become have to become a family friendly server with like, you know, mutes and stuff like that, and you know, ban people for doxing and shit like that. As long as the server stays small, I'll never even have to think about like, oh, I have to patch this or patch that or restrict this or restrict that or punish this guy or that guy. Everybody knows each other. Everybody's on reasonable terms. Everybody knows who the asshole of the community is, so they just don't interact with them. Like, since it's small, it's so much easier for the players to self-govern and, you know, not have to face those problems of modern anarchy servers. But I mean, if this server somehow ever did hit 100 players or something, like 100 simultaneous players for some crazy reason, I would, you know, figure out a way to keep it the way it is. But that at the same time, keeping this server the way it is with 100 simultaneous players probably means the server will just run at 1 TPS. But that's how old 2B was. if it was shit, you couldn't complain to the owner. You would either just quit or, quit being a baby. But modern Minecraft and modern Anarchy servers, people just quit. If the TPS is shit, they'll just leave and never come back. That whole idea of playing 2B and just not bitching and moaning when the TPS is low and just staying online, dealing with it, is kind of gone. I mean, you could go for it if you want. I also know various locations of ginormous lag machines, and if I'm being honest, I've probably turned them on myself a couple times just out of curiosity, because I think it's funny when the number goes down. But yeah, if the player count ever goes to 100, the TPS will probably go to fucking like 5, and then of those 100 players, probably only 10 will remain online, because of just how much the culture has shifted away from Anarchy servers that actually give you freedom. Modern Anarchy players have become way too used to good TPS and performance and not that many hassles. No, I don't what? I don't play Anarchy servers anymore, so I don't know what the state of it is. Yeah, I mean, yeah, a lot of it has changed for the worse because of crystal PvPers and shit like that, and the irreparable damage that people like Redstoner have caused with those the brown men group, that we wouldn't have the this situation we're in right now of everybody getting muted and prio banned and shit if it wasn't for that whole brown men fiasco and then the no server November thing that followed. I don't know, that whole situation was just goofy. But it was definitely a turning point for the server. What is Impact Plus up to nowadays? I don't know. I mean, it's shifted many times. It still exists, and everybody still VCs every day, but we're not. I'm the only guy there that still plays Minecraft, and I'm definitely the only guy that plays Anarchy in that community, and it's now gone through 10 different names, and the client Impact Plus got leaked 6 months ago by Milo, and it hasn't there hasn't been development on the Impact Plus client in 2 years. So yeah, there a lot of people got kicked out when the client got leaked, because nobody was necessarily mad about the client itself getting leaked. It was more so that we were frustrated that we got backstabbed, that Milo ended up, going behind our backs, downloading it and leaking it. That was more the problem we had with it. Yes, he does. That has not changed. Or I don't know what you're talking about, actually. I don't know. Yeah, so what do you guys think? Should I take this stream and chop it up into a highlight video of a base level understanding of how this server runs, the state of this server? Because I think when that raid came in, I did a pretty okay job running over most of the basics of the server. Glowstone, please. Yeah, where's the ender chest? Where the fuck is the ender chest? Oh, it's over there.
Yeah, I mean, even after cutting it all down, it'll still be like a 30-minute video, I feel like. But yeah, for whatever reason on Forge, negative items don't render. But you can throw negative items on the ground and pick them up. They're pretty cool. Yeah, that's another thing is basically, so you need a client to see the actual number, but like if I was on vanilla, this would just look like a stack of one. But actually they're negative items and they're infinite. Some infinite items you can obtain. Fuck this playlist. Some of the items that are infinites you can obtain with chests. Like the method where you pull it out of the chest while blowing up the chest. And there's other types of infinite items that are combustible types. And those infinite items can be created through a furnace glitch that would effectively like make fuel for furnaces go into the negatives, and that method was patched in 1.7. And then beyond that, until the backdoor, we only had those because like 95% of items you can't turn into infinites until the backdoor. Because then when the server got backdoored, the guys who backdoored it basically just filled in the blanks, taking all the other blocks that weren't able to be made into infinites and made infinites of them. Because bucket is weird. Infinite items, they only get checked by bucket if they're a valid item when they're a 0 item. So some items can be turned into infinites, while others will just disappear if you try to use them as infinites, unless you somehow skip 0 and go to -1. And that's what they did when they backdoored the server. They changed them to -1 items instead of 0, and boom. Now you've got infinite blocks that never run out. Do you patch dupes? I patched chunk dupe and the nether portal dupe. I patched the nether portal dupe because, I don't know, it's kind of like people would just like automate the fuck out of it, I feel like. And then I patched chunk dupe because I just didn't really want everybody on the server having a 500 double chest stash. But there are supposedly private dupes, and there also are a couple public dupes, I think. I don't know. I just didn't really want the extremely OP dupes to exist, but I don't really give a fuck about using a dupe that can like duplicate, 5, 10 stacks of items or whatever. I just don't want people duping 50 chests at a time, because then it just sucks. I don't know. The way I see it is when you have a like when chunk dupe exists, I've seen this on every server, no matter what version it's on and what the circumstances are. If you have a server that enables like chunk dupe or like some extremely over the top OP dupe, you'll have a lot of players log in solely to dupe. They'll log in, they'll duplicate their items with the like intent of building, and then never actually build, never use those duped items, and then quit the server when the dupe is patched. It is so weird, and I can't understand why it happens, but it happens all the time. I've seen this probably like 500 people over like having seen like the like overlooking the like End Crystal and Alfheim and other communities, and having seen what was going on other servers in Vanish and shit. It's such a weird recurring thing, and I can't explain it, but that does happen.
way more than not. Yeah, it's like they have fun duping. And then they never actually end up using the duped items, and then they quit because they can't make more duped items. I need to make a fucking video about that. Like make a video on the like anarchy theory as a whole. Like what goes through the minds of a fucking Minecraft anarchy player. Because there's a lot of recurring patterns that you don't really notice unless you're like a server admin. Then you'll see the weird shit that goes on, like that duping thing. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Did I ever tell you guys about the fucking Auschwitz guy? Or the Auschwitz people of Crystal? I think I've probably brought this up like somewhere. But yeah, basically there was like a group of like 5 players on Crystal that never talked in chat ever. I didn't see a single word they'd ever said in chat. And all they would do is just like collect villagers, and they would build a certain structure to tend to those villagers for months. I would teleport to them and vanish, and that's all I would see. Minecarts just shooting all these fucking villagers out to a certain structure that Germany built. Like they were just in some deep roleplay for a while. They never talked in chat, and they were at it for months. Just like mapping out all the villages in like a 10,000 block radius and just fucking moving them. And then they disappeared one day. Disappeared, and I just never saw them again. And I was like, it was so weird. Like, there's a lot of inexplainable, peculiar things that go on. Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. It's something everybody does. The wood guy, I think he does. I've seen him in some like back alley Crystal servers, like the really niche groups on Tubi. He's in there. He just doesn't talk. That's another guy. So Mick Beardy D was an Crystal player who didn't really talk much in chat, and all he would do is mine trees around spawn. He would just like for like 6 months or whatever, he would just walk around spawn with an axe, like not much gear. Like he'd craft the axes himself and just cut down trees for like 12-16 hours a day every day for months. And there's another guy, God, what was his name? Something Bird, and that guy would just build farms. No, he was definitely like manual. You could tell that it wasn't automated. It was just him walking around with an axe. Yeah, there's this other guy named Bird something, and that guy would just build farms along the highways. He built, like, not on this server, but on that other server I was talking about, like all over the server, like a couple thousand blocks out, like every like 500 blocks, he would build a farm and like little checkpoint homes with like crafting tables in them. And I think he built like thousands of these little huts. Never talked in chat. That's all he did, was just build huts. And he did it for a very, very long time as well. And then he quit. Sandbird. And yeah, and then he quit for a while, and then he came back. And I think he still intermittently logs in every few months. But There's definitely players like that on this server, and there's definitely players like that on 2B. A lot of them on 2B. Just players that are just kind of mutes, that just partake in their, whatever activity they just decide to do forever for some reason. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting history and stuff that's gone on this server. I really need to make a video about it. Yeah. Ezekiel. We pimp out the... Oh yeah, for real. All the server commands are pimped out. But yeah, we got a pretty good setup on here. You got the set password to change your password for your account when you're on the main server. You got whisper, message tell, all that shit. You got /join date. You got /scene. You got next restart, so it'll tell you the next time server's gonna restart. You got toggle messages, so you don't get PM'd. Toggle chat, so you don't see public chat messages. You've got toggle death messages, so if somebody's spamming death messages, you could get rid of that. And last log. Last log's a good one. I only saw this on like a SMP server that was like made in like 2013. That's still up today. They had this cute command called /lastlog, and it's basically just a bunch of pages of everybody over the past few months it's been online. And then there's this account, the colored name. That's one of my alt accounts. You can't join the server with colored usernames, but one of my alts is in can because I'm cool like that. But yeah, you can see it like, I think there's like 90 pages. Yeah, there's literally like 95 pages of people, and it just keeps adding on forever. So the moment you log in, you're permanently in the last recent players list. Do you ever get beggar punks asking for kits? I feel like this, since shulkers don't exist, it's kind of healthier in the sense that people don't expect you to just entirely kit them out and give them an entire inventory of gear. It's like people here will just be happy if you give them a couple diamonds, or if you like give them some food. And people, like on a server like this, people just try harder. Like the few people that do play end up being pretty damn chill and like self-sufficient. They'll get their own stuff. But yeah, every once in a while, some idiot will join and just be like, give me item, give me item. Can I have item? Over and over again. Invisible spiders are annoying. And yeah, I mean, it's like no matter how geared you get, mobs are always going to be a problem on this server. Because it's on hard mode, and because there's no totems, and there's such a high mob cap. It's like even once you reach end game on this server, there's always still going to be that nuisance and like challenge, I guess. Like the concern of dying is always there. I feel like on most servers now, like anarchy servers, like the render distance is like 2 or 3. The mob like spawn rates are like 5% of what they are normally in vanilla. So people aren't even used to having a lot of mobs spawning. They don't even know that that's normal. And so they just kind of freak out when they see a shit ton of mobs appear out of the blue. And they'll still fuck with you even when you got maxed gear. What's the sign of promoting the server IRL in the streets? What if someone... Oh, that would be interesting. I don't know. They'd probably be really confused when they join. I've seen a lot of new players that come from like the server lists that just have no idea what this is. Oh yeah, just come to the base. It's the location of this build is -200, +1000. x negative 200, z 1000, and there will be like a little ladder. Like you'll just see this on the other side of the mountain. If you're heading here from spawn, you climb over the mountain. No, I mean that's the beauty of it, is that the player count isn't really high enough that people will grieve each other, and almost everybody knows each other. You know, like the new players, they just kind of quit after a day anyways, and all of the people that actually want to genuinely play, they get to know everybody. Everybody gets to know each other. Nobody really fucks with each other like that. Like the few players that do grief, luckily we've been on like a 2-month stint where the quintessential griefers of the server haven't been playing much. So a lot of the builds around spawn have, you know, done well and thrived. There's a lot of untouched builds around spawn that have done well. And new ones pop up every once in a while. And yeah, I mean, if somebody griefs it, the majority of the server will band together and, you know, rebuild it or defend it. Like 750 base, it got griefed once while we were offline, and we rebuilt it in like 12 hours. We had the whole town rebuilt, and then he tried to come back, and like 8 of us or 10 of us logged in and then just defended the place, so he couldn't even like place a piece of TNT. It's pretty cool. That's what self-governing's all about. You know, when the ops pull up, you know, we get all the homies online and hold down the fort. You think a smaller setting of player? Smaller's better in a lot of ways, but not too small. If it's like two or three or one person online, when a couple people log off, everybody logs off, and then nobody wants to log in. But if the server just consistently had 5 or 10 players online on average, like if the server averaged 10 players, it would be so healthy, because the regulars of the server, like the active players that come online every couple days, would see that there's 5 or 10 other people online and join as well. It's like everybody starts to join in a chain. But when nobody's online, nobody wants to break the ice and be the first player to join and sit around alone. So like, you know, 10 players is really all you could want. Once you get into like a scenario like 2B where there's like 50 or 100 or 200 people online, I feel like it just kind of loses sight of what the server's all about, because then it just kind of becomes a thing of like, you'll have the clout chasers and the people trying to get attention and the people that, you know, just insist on making the server completely unplayable. But if people did join with the intention of trying to make the server unplayable, that would be really hard to do on a version like this, because the fucking like 1.7 runs so well that it would genuinely be a hard task. And even when the TPS is like 1, the server still runs perfectly fine. So you would really have to try to fuck this server up. It's hard. And if it did happen somehow, I wouldn't punish anybody for it. I'm not a hypocrite. I would figure out some way to patch it without, you know, in the least restricting way possible. And it wouldn't result in me banning the person from the server like on 2B. I hate that. I say that a lot, but yeah, I really don't like that that's what goes on 2B now. For me, that's really what ruined the server. Why don't I save streams? Some of the streams are saved, but they're on YouTube because Twitch deletes your streams after 2 weeks. Those highlights don't exist, or the highlights are it. After that, like any normal stream will be deleted after 2 weeks. I'm probably going to release this stream on my main channel. But I did kind of go through a phase like a month ago where I was like, I'm just going to delete my channel. And so that's why my ePearl YouTube is just called User, along with that channel. Tubi doesn't ban people, they do prio bans. Like, to me, that's basically just the same thing. All prio bans are doing is just trying to make it horrible for you to play so you quit. Which, to me, is just the same thing. But, yeah. I'll make a video on my main channel about this. I should be placing torches. Alright. I'm gonna get rid of those mobs that are spawning out there. Did you place torches? Or, oh, no, you didn't. Okay. I was confused for a second. That is so, like, trippy. The other thing I didn't... Oh, fuck. That scared me. The only thing I did not explain about... what do you call them? Infinite items. Or, like, negative items. Is that if for some reason you pick up, like, a 64 item... or, like, a couple stacks of that item... it will merge into your negative item. Like, adding upwards... So, like, if you got negative 50 and you pick up a stack of 40, it'll become a negative 10 item. If that ever becomes a 0 or becomes a positive, it's no longer a negative item. Which kind of sucks sometimes because, like, that's what happened today. I had an infinite torch that I don't have extras of, and I accidentally picked up a couple stacks of torches on accident, and yeah. No longer have that, and I have to ask around now and see if I can find somebody who has one. But I think there's only 2 people that have them. Oh shit. I'm an idiot. Does Nebula have hotbar replenish? I might use that. I'm gonna check. But yeah, we got that future client for 1.7. Crazy, right? Oh, this doesn't even move. That's weird. But yeah, we're balling. Cat fact. We're balling. Replenish. Can I scaffold with... Ah, boring. I can't scaffold with torches. Yeah, it's not real. It's not actually future. It's just like clients that are meant to mimic future visually. I don't know where that started, but somebody just thought it would be silly to do that. How good does this replenish work? Oh, that's kind of cool. I feel like Poppy Van Poodle's gonna like install it wrong and then get very confused. But yeah, the private clients in this community are pretty cool. Ooh. That glowstone looks fancy.
I'm sorry that everybody watching this stream, this is really, really repetitive, but it has to be done. If I don't finish all the torches on this, then like all these mobs will start trampling these crops when we put the whatever it is, the whatchamacallit, the melons in. We don't want that. You back? I don't know. I've kind of been in a streaming mood lately. This is Y1 or Y20. Yeah. Or the ladder now. Yeah, man, I don't really mind anymore. It was more so like during the building process, so we didn't just have holes all through the ceiling. Especially on this side, there's a lot of like really oh god. There's a lot of really annoying caves on this side of the melon farm. A lot more than on the other side. I feel like we've had to do a lot more patchwork on this side, and we're still like got a bunch of exposed caves in the ceiling. Where's free cam? Am I blind? Oh. But yeah, we've got to. These are those premium, you know, A1 top-notch 1.6 caves. They're ginormous, but they're really a nuisance when it comes to like building. Cause yeah, yucky. All the mobs come stumbling through the ceiling into the farm. Damn, I'm already almost like running out of torches. But yeah, so if you're trying to go to the melon farm, I'm way too far away to see the ladder, but once you render that in, I'll show you. Flight no worky. Flight does not work on here. Because flight is, I don't know, horrible. Enter key. Yeah. I don't think people would like it if there was flying enabled. Most people can mutually agree that that would just make everything horrible. Yes, you do have to walk. That's what we all have to do. Somebody did that. I think, yeah, like a couple people walked to the world border on foot.
I should probably get rid of that actually. I mean, yeah, you'll stumble into bases probably pretty often on here. Oh, you stole the TNT? Okay. Alright, just use it wisely. There's also a god pickaxe here for whoever wants it. I don't really mind. Or you know what? I'm gonna be greedy and I'm gonna steal this because if I revert my pickaxe, that's gonna suck. Oh yeah, you can take all the cobblestone you want. We have way too much of it. Hello. This name is pointless. Did he hit me? Oh, I think he reverted my sword. Okay. Oh. Spectacular. Yeah, by the way, when you hit people, if they have illegal enchantments, that will cause it to revert to a normal enchantment. That includes armor and things like that. So yeah, beware of that. Oh no, I don't mind. I'm just saying that for future reference because that kind of might confuse people. Yes, this server has no rules. Like actually no rules. Like you can do whatever you want. You can build a nuclear reactor in your bathroom. Like crazy. It's the real deal. Yes, yes it does. The server gets backdoored every 2 seconds. It's crazy. I do not like these slimes. Why are end crystals no more? Because they're stupid. Oh yeah, I didn't explain this. So another thing about the server is when it got backdoored, in this version of the game, and like I don't know which version has changed to, but it's probably like 1.8 or 9 or something like that. Because that's when they really started refining a lot of the game's weirdness. So you have the standard set of spawn eggs. Like all the ones that are like in the creative menu, those are the like preset spawn eggs in the game, but then all other ID types of entities can be assigned to spawn eggs. So there are like end crystal spawn eggs, there are giant spawn eggs, wither boss spawn eggs, and like item spawn eggs, because technically item is a like an entity type. Like dropped item can be assigned to a spawn egg, but those spawn eggs have a gray tone to them, like they're colorless, slightly gray, and they don't work because weirdly enough, only like the preset spawn eggs function correctly. All other spawn eggs just don't do anything when you try to right click them. But I got bored one day and decided to make end crystal spawn eggs work, and it was really AIDS. But I ended up turning that off. But yeah, that is another rare illegal item of the server. So I don't know. Someday somebody might leak them, because I think they might, they might be in circulation at some point in the future. Who knows? There's a lot of weird, glitchy items and like collectibles that exist in our Alfheim economy. Why torch spam? I don't know. All these gaps between them have like a very, very slight chance of being too dark, because all these gaps are filled in with melons. So rather than trying to do guesswork to see where the mobs might spawn, we just spam torches instead, so that there's just absolutely no possibility that mobs will spawn. Because we have infinite torches. Already went over that, but there are infinite torches. Like negative torches that basically can just be placed forever. And laziness, yes. It's a design element. Hey, no bullying on this halal anarchy server. Oh, did he do the spawn TP? Hey, yo! Is your... He got that spawn TP. Hey, yo. Got that halal mode Minecraft going on here. Esther keys, probably an alt. Does fire spread? Yes, fire does spread. Fire does spread, but lightning will strike, but it does not set blocks on fire. I did turn that off. And you also can't coordinate exploit people with them. But yeah, by the way, I'm gonna make this clear. The coordinate exploit does not work on thunder and lightning, and like, so you're okay in that sense. But if you're going to spawn a wither, do not do it at your base, okay? Don't spawn it.
Don't spawn withers at your base because those can be tracked. So yeah, be careful with that. And loading pearls can get you tracked, but that's much less common. But withers 100% will. Also, you can't really be terrain exploited on this server. So yeah, no, you like bedrock formations and like terrain can't really be tracked. Like technically it can, but it's complicated because the server technically has customized terrain generation. So I don't even know what the seed is myself. That's like we've had maybe like 20 different seeds over the course of the last like whatever it is, a year that the server's been up. The server went through many different wacky terrain generation experiments. But yeah, nobody really cares about coordinates because nobody griefs on this server. But you also don't need to worry about showing your base because it just doesn't matter. If you show your base, nobody's going to track you for one, and two, even if they could, it's very hard to do because of how messy this server's terrain generation situation is. I should show you guys that. You know what? I'm gonna show you guys I'm gonna switch clients. Oh my god. I was killed Azraki. That's not cool. I'll show you guys that weird chunk. If I can even find a portal. But yeah, so over here, this whole thing, I don't know how the fuck this happened, or if this was intentional, or if somebody did this, or what this was, but I just like noticed this one day. When I was looking at the map, I was like, what the fuck? And I found it. I was like, alright, I'm gonna go check this out. And sure enough, it was real. But yeah, I'm gonna mark my coords to this. Wacky chunk 85. See if there's another portal around here somewhere. No, it doesn't look like it. Can I find some obsidian? I'll make a portal to this place. But that's the only place that's occurred. I'm an idiot. Dude, I swung right as you walked in front of me, and I reverted my pickaxe. It's a good thing I grabbed the spare. No, well, it cancels it. If you hit somebody with an illegal, it will revert, and then it will also cancel the hit. So it doesn't just one tap instantly kill you. Because that's what it would have done if it did not cancel. Oh, we're right on the highway. Alright, the wacky chunk is 500 blocks away. God damn it, why do I always leave without food? I'm a fucking idiot. Anti-illegal revert. Like just cancels it when you try to swing at somebody. Wow, that's amazing. I just went to a random portal that's not the right one. Alright, well, I gotta find that now. Does fly work? No, fly does not work because everybody on this planet can mutually agree that that would be horrible. Why is fly horrible? Because then why would you make highways? Why would you need items when you can just fly wherever you need to go? Why would you, you know, like fight when if you get into combat and you're in a sticky situation, you can just fly up into the air and leave? Only you can stop forest fires. Whoa! That scared the shit out of me. Does no fall work? No. That's the thing, is you don't really want to enable all of the fucking like shit like that just like then you just never die. No fall, you never have to fucking consider that shit. Flying, and all of the shit that you could just use hacks for to be as lazy as humanly possible, then yeah, that kind of stuff. I do not. My alt account has infinite god apples, but this account doesn't. He got that Optifine cape on. Where? What the fuck? Oh, I didn't even notice these. I'll save those. I don't want to burn through them all. I guess somebody must have tossed me that. I need to get inventory preview. That would be a good thing to have. Where are you from? Seattle, Washington, in the United States. fun fact, this server is hosted in my room. So everybody that's on this server right now is connected to a computer that's right next to me. Playing the server. Pretty wacky. Yes, using Alp's keyboard input. That is true. Multi-station input, actually. On top of that. Breaking news. Yeah, I don't know the seed because like it's had like 8 of them. That's oh my goodness. Oh my God. I really hope Iwoods doesn't go start running around killing all the new players. That's something he would do. Yo, Iwoods, if you see any new players, please just like don't start running around killing them. But yeah, look at that. What the fuck? Okay, that is not vanilla. I guess somebody else has been here with dead bushes because I haven't even seen those before. I don't see a lot of dead bushes in circulation. Oh, in this version, shrubs are also green, like their original state. But yeah, that is not vanilla, but all this stuff is. And it just keeps on going. But yeah, so if you look at this, some of these chunks don't have any snow in them because they were half generated. So some of these chunks had to have been fully generated and loaded, while other ones weren't. Or ice planes? That's weird. So it just never went through the like population phase because these chunks just don't have any type of like growth in them. Very, very little. That is weird. Well, no, what's weird about this is that it didn't end up going through the population stage at all. That's what's weird about it because we've seen other scenarios on the map where a chunk will half generate in one version and half in another, and will still, like, it will become the new biome with the old temperature. But in these cases, it just never finished the process at all. But we've seen both happen. Some where it fully generates in the next version, and others where it just never generates. What's a good free client? I'm gonna message aesthetical. Here. This is a good client. I don't even have the Twitch app on my phone. Okay. I'm just gonna like type this out. YV
BJVRS YJ. Okay, that should work, I think. I might have spelled it wrong, and if that's invalid, then that sucks, but that should be a working invite. Chunk dupe does not work. There are some dupes that are public. I think, I don't know. Oh wow, see look, see here you can see where this chunk generated halfway because the house is just cut in half. That's weird. Yeah, so this fucking, this whole thing just generated weirdly over the old chunk with the, is this the version? Yes, the server's on 1.7.2. I really need to make like a video breaking down everything about the server, because we've done a lot of explaining over this stream about why everything is what it is. No, 1.12 is horrible. We're on a very old release for the reason that it's not modern Minecraft. We don't want totems and shulkers and all of that garbage. Didn't go 1.8. But then you're on a version that, you know, has every Hypixel client on the planet and has had, you know, 7 years of client development. We picked this version because it's kind of a version that doesn't have a lot of, you know, overly OP Hypixel fly bypass clients on it. There isn't a download for the client. Aesthetical if you're watching the stream. Don't know. Go back one version. I don't know. We've been very specific in the thought process to pick 1.7.2. It's all been heavily planned. Oh. If you're in the Discord, Nolan, try to like look for the GitHub page.
should be in there somewhere. And it will have instructions on how to install. Alright, well, I am going to end the stream here for today because I've been live for 4.5 hours. It's a lot of footage to parse through to make a Alfheim video. I don't know. Well, that client would not work on here because his server is specifically 1.7.2. So those 2v2t clients don't work, unfortunately. Yeah. Alright. Goodbye, everybody. Everybody. Goodbye.